Good morning, everybody. We're back with another live stream from SDtv. We got Aaron here to break down this lovely FOMC morning for you guys. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Lar, Miss Tamika, always a pleasure. Ty, Art, Darren, what's up? 1 second, guys. Just getting these out here. Hope everybody had a good evening. Get started in just a second. Who else we got? Good morning, good morning. Omar, good morning. All right, there we go. All right. Morning, Dario, Jim Bob, what up? RC. Morning, Miss Paz. FOMC day, everybody. 8 of these a year. Good times. All right. Give everybody a second. How's everybody doing? It's still got snow on the ground in Indy. Rick, good morning from St. Lucia. Nice. I bet you're nice and warm. Mr. Wells, good morning. All right. Oh, I bet it is, right? I bet it is. Yeah, we got snow on the ground in 24. We got one more day of this weather, and then it's supposed to get in the 60s and 70s. So I'll take it. Okay. Yes, it's been a rough 3-4 days. We'll get there. One more day. Where is St. Lucia? Which islands are those in? Now, Tamika, you got me thinking. Let's see. West Indies. Gotcha. Tamika, aren't you like TNT or whatever they call it? Something like that. Morning, Miss Amanda. From St. Vincent. Is that down there too? Now you guys got me all no, not St. Vincent Hospital. Is that down there too? All right. Okay. All right. Amanda, I assumed last night, Amanda, you were talking that you finally closed out that Euro trade after 12 hours or whatever it was. That's what I assumed you were talking about when you posted that. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Okay. Now I'm going to have to look all that up after the call. Because now you guys got me curious. Okay. All right. So let's get started, guys. So FOMC. Oh, was your MES trade? Gotcha. All right. That dollar weakness trade you had, that seemed to work out pretty well. Granted, slow moving. Okay, what are we doing? Let's get started. All right, so starting off on news, FOMC day, guys. Now at 8:30, we'll be on the call here. We've got PPI. All right, another inflation print. Okay. And crude oil inventories, if you've been trading crude oil or watching crude oil, we got crude oil inventories at 10:30. Now remember, that's just that only affects crude oil, but in this environment, the response to crude oil is going to trickle over to some other stuff. We'll talk about that in a second. Okay, so then the way FOMC days work, right? We got 8 of these a year. After the gap fill in the mornings, okay, usually things can get really weird. And then once Europe closes, things really slow down, okay? And the way it works is once we get closer to the FOMC announcement, right, at 2 o'clock, which is going to be a pause. If it's anything but a pause, it's going to be wild. But then colors start flying around your screen, 2 o'clock, right? Things settle down by about 2:15. And then at 2:30, the press conference hits, okay? And then things get weird from 2:30 till about 3 o'clock because Powell will be speaking. And then at 3 o'clock, 3:05, 3:15, somewhere in there, wherever price is, that's where we have settled in price-wise for the rest of the week. And that's when things get back to being technical. So, I always say get some popcorn and just watch the pretty colors fly around. Because it is normally wild, right? Now we've had some muted FOMC statements in the past, but we just never know. So just plan on the morning being relatively normal. And then once Europe closes, things get weird. And then 2 o'clock announcement, 2:30 press conference. And then at 3 o'clock, wherever price is in relation to our measured moves, that's what we can work off of for the rest of the week. Okay? So we'll see, again, where price is around 3 o'clock, and that's what we can work off of. Okay? So if you're going to try to trade FOMC and do all that fun stuff, then more power to you. Okay? But just understand that's a insanely volatile environment. If you've never been through one, go to Vegas. It's more fun. You get a free buffet. Okay? All right. Any questions on how that goes? JK, what's up? Luke, what's up? Edward, what's going on? Any FOMC questions? Everybody good? Okay, so wrong page. All right. What? No, that's not right. There we go. What in the world? There we go. Okay. So we got 5 hours, right? So 99% chance of a pause. All right, that's no big surprise. But look now, our rate cuts in December, our first potential rate cuts in December, and a lot of this has to do with energy, right? With crude oil, the cost of, anything that runs and planes, trains, automobiles, pretty much anything else, right? Crude oil affects that. So as crude oil prices are rising, they're going to have to combat inflation. So long story short, these crude oil inventories come out and crude oil starts to take off again, or news out of the Middle East, crude oil starts to take off again, then these could get pushed back even further. Okay, and the market, more than likely is going to respond negatively to that. Okay, but yeah, I mean it's all the way down here in December. Okay, so we'll see, right? We'll see what what Powell says at the press conference. The announcement's important, right? Are they going to keep rates the same? Blah blah blah. Well, we kind of know that, right? But it's the press conference afterwards, and what Powell comes out with. Remember, he's out in May, so this is kind of his swan song right now. All right, so there we go with all that going into FOMC. All right, so let's get to it here. That's not a bad idea, Amanda. If you got the gap fill this morning and then chill, yep, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. All right, we only have 8 of these a year, so we just got to be smart. All right. Switch my screen. Hang on. What am I doing? There we go. Okay. There we go. All right. So starting off in the VIX. Now we had our rollover. Okay, we're done. Don't have to worry about that. Good to go. Got our rollover. Okay. So fortunately, that's why you see this gap here. The contracts weren't too far off. Okay, so we can go, but you can go back to the continuous contract if you like, TradingView, and this is what you're going to draw from. Okay, you're going to draw from the 1580s to the 3019s. Okay, so that's the January 13th low to this March 8th high. Okay, that still gives us this long setup that we're in. Now remember, this long, those 1580s have just been solid, right? There's number 1, there's number 2, there's number 3, here's number 4. Okay, and we're pulling out of it. Now what I'm going to delete this just so it doesn't get in the way. Our series of shorts that are leading us down. Okay, remember, coming off of these highs, right? We had this first pullback, okay, and then we went to and through targets. So this extension short, there we go. Okay, drawn from this low at these 2530s, okay, that was the extension short. Went through that target. There was a little extension there, it broke. So we're coming back to that original pullback, right? So that's drawn from the 2530 down here to 2180. Okay, that's up here. But look at what we've done overnight. All right, we have held this long setup. This is what's leading the indices down. We held that long setup leading us into that resistance level. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that as we go into our morning. But right now the VIX is in these little longs leading us up. Now if we go up here and we break these 2396, round up to 24 at a tick, 2405, if we break the 2405, right, then we have broken a series of shorts in a larger long setup. So we've traded into that support and then we've broken the short, right? And we start a whole new leg up. Okay. Now, again, with FOMC, things can get all sorts of weird and everything else, right? But we do have room, okay, to squeeze back up into our resistance levels. Okay. I do want to look at one thing real quick. Make sure that the new contract by itself isn't sneaking up on us or doing anything weird. And it's not. Okay, it's not. All right. So I know TradingView, it's going to look weird on yours, but just is what it is. If you want to look at the J contract, you can look at these 2420s. Down here, these 2230s, right? And then that would give you a 2347, round up to 50 at a tick, 55. Then you'd have to break the 55s. Okay, I'm just going back to look at the continuous because it's easier. Okay, and it actually gives us a little bit more room. Okay, so now the VIX is hitting that profit target. All right, so we'll see as we get into towards the end of the call here if we're going to start this pullback or if we're going to go through that. Okay, but we are getting into that profit target right now. You can see the reaction right there. Okay. All right. Any questions? Any questions on the VIX at all? Anybody? Hang on, I gotta grab something, guys. Give me 1 second. Any questions on the VIX? All right. Anybody? All right. Yeah, Luke, we can move back to the continuous. Yep. All right, and that's what it looks like right there. Yeah, there wasn't much difference between the old contract and the new contract. Actually worked out pretty well. So there we go. Just like that. You guys that take screenshots, just like that. Oh, yeah, we did, Tamika. Thank you. Just got our 8:30 news. Where'd that come in? I'm actually curious. Let's see. Forecast 0.03 came in a little hot. 0.05. Month over month, 0.03 or 0.3, 0.7. So it did come in a little hot. All right, so we'll see how the market responds to that. Well, that's another inflation print. That's not going to help our Fed Fund futures. Remember those Fed Fund futures, guys, that is one of the major underlying, how do I say it, bullish, bearish sentiment in our markets. Okay, are those Fed Fund futures. And you can see how far out that those have been pushed. All right. Like that, came in a little hot, Tamika. All right, you can see the response right here. You can see that response right there. All right, so this is going to tell us our story, right? These 23.96 round up to 24 at a tick, 24.05. That's our line in the sand. Okay. All right, we'll see where this is sitting towards the end of the call here. All right. Okay, so moving on to our financials. Now, bank is still in these larger short setups. We know that. But what we've done is we've held the middle of this range. Okay, now remember, this is just an index. We had a draw on here yesterday. We can draw it up here. This is just an index. It's not traded, so it doesn't have to be technical. We just care which way it's moving intraday. Okay, so if we open up and start to rally, then the indices will have a tailwind. If we open up and start to fall, right, indices are going to have a headwind against them. All right. So we will see. It should be a really interesting morning because number one of where the VIX is and number two of where bank is right here. Okay, we break these, we could, have a serious headwind against the indices. We lift off, we could have a serious tailwind for the indices. Okay. All right, so there's our financials. Now moving on to the ES. So I'm looking at the ES continuous. Okay. I know we're going on a rollover, but we've got this. So let's look at the continuous. Okay. So here's that larger short setup that is that larger long setup on the VIX right there. The one that the VIX has been holding since it seems like the dawn of time. Okay. But you can see from our highs, right, on January 28th, this is basically highs of the year to lows of the year. Down here to March 8th, we came up and we tapped that resistance almost perfectly right there. All right. Right there, almost to the tick. Isn't that crazy? So if the VIX breaks that, now the next measured move we're looking at is from, drew this up yesterday, from the 17th to the high, or from our overnight lows on the 17th to the high on the 17th. Okay, that was that pullback. Came up and tapped that resistance level, and now we're making this sell-off or pullback as the VIX is making that pullback short. Okay, so this here, right? This can be sloppy. We know that, right? Because the VIX isn't. So that's this. Okay, so you can see if even if the ES is sloppy, right? The VIX could still hold this extension short and roll over. Little tricks and traps of the ES, right? So the next pullback here on the VIX, this might lead us into the gap fill from below. Okay, if the VIX peels off from this profit target, right, into its next measured move, then we could fill the gap from the downside. All right, we've already filled it from above as the VIX made this squeeze, but we could fill it from below on this pullback, right? Because remember, the VIX moves inverse. Okay, so this right here, let's look at our 20 points. Our gap fills up here at 71.75. Okay, there's 61.75. Let's see if we can get it. 51.75. Oh, I almost had it. One more. Come on. Oh, son of a gun. Almost. All right, 51.75. Okay. So there we go. There's our 20 points right there. Okay. There's our 20 points right there. I had 79 there for a second too, Tamika. I almost nailed that. So this you could equate basically with the VIX profit target. Profit target the VIX is hitting right now. So we could squeeze into the gap fill, which we're trying to right now, as we make this pullback. Okay, let me get down to the 15-minute. There we go. Okay, so I'll leave this up here so you guys know what I'm talking about. There's the profit target, right? So this falls into the next long, then we could squeeze in the direction of the gap fill, and the indices would keep on squeezing until the VIX got here or here. Okay, until it made its pullback, right? And if that pullback lifts off, right, then indices are going to roll back over. If for some reason this pullback breaks, right, then the indices can just continue to squeeze higher, and that would mean that the VIX had held this extension, this next extension short right here, okay, like it did back this first time, right? Held. That would be a big surprise. Now, my opinion does not matter. Markets don't listen to me, but that would be a surprise if this was our front run right here, because it is a profit target too, right? And that next pullback broke, that would be a front run of this resistance level, right? And the indices would take off, right? The indices would take off. Oh, it's halfway back in the week too. Let's see that. Are you talking about this up here, Dario? Or are you talking about on the ES? Because that's way up there. Let me know what you're thinking, Dario. I'm curious. Oh, you're talking about this halfway back in the week? Oh, yesterday's highs on the VIX? Yeah, the thing about that is this is where people get confused sometimes. And Dario, I'm not saying you're confused. I'm just using it as an example. Once we're in extensions, okay, which the VIX is in extensions, once we start in extensions like this, we don't go back into traditional draws. Okay, we can have traditional draws inside of the extensions, but once we go into extensions, we stay in those draws unless they break, and then we can come all the way halfway back. Okay. So once we have these, we stay in them. Once we go into them, we stay in them. All right. TV's all jacked up, Ed. Huh. Yeah, you guys might want to use J to make it a little bit easier. Let's see if that's going to be easier. Yeah, see, look at J. Look at what J tapped. Okay. Remember, the new one's at a profit target, or on the continuous order profit target. J has tapped that extension. You guys might want to use J on TradingView if it's easier. All right. Now you won't have to do this for very long. We should get enough data pretty soon that it won't matter. But that extension short on J is drawn from the 2420. Okay, that's the anchor. All right. Dario, you see what we don't get is when we go halfway back because we didn't break an extension of an extension already. If we're in an extension, right, and it gets to its target, then we just continue to use that extension anchor, just like this, like right here. All right, this extension right here. We went to and through the target, right? So we draw a new one, but we have no idea if this new one exists, right? Until it trades, and it didn't exist, and that's fine. So we go back with what we know. We just take that same one and go to our new low, right? We don't draw after we've hit a target like this, after we've hit an extension target, we don't then draw a traditional. We go back to the same anchor on the extension. This thing is ripping. Yeah, because it never held, right, Dario? Anytime we draw from a new anchor, we have no idea if that holds. This thing is ripping. Wow. Okay. So anyway, I got to get moving, guys. But I honestly, I know it's a pain, but I would use this, and maybe you just have to draw a funky chicken. All right, 25.30 to 21.85. Just put that draw on there and follow price with it. Right. I know that's a pain, but if I had a magic wand, I'd fix TradingView. All right. So that's how I would look at it, so you don't misidentify a trend break. Okay, so now we've traded, right? Now we've traded this resistance. All right, so we're still going to draw these. There's the first one. There could be an extension long here if we do go up, and this is a straight up or not at all. Okay, we break that and come halfway back, but that's going to be a sign that there's something here if we break that. Okay, that just means we're going to come halfway back, and the indices can squeeze in the direction of the gap fill. Now we're getting way ahead of ourselves here. Way too advanced for my little pre-market here. All right, we're spending too much time on this. Okay, so we've traded the resistance. That's all we need to know right now. Okay, so moving on. All right, see how this broke, right? Our 61.8 broke, but we didn't break it on the VIX. So we'll keep an eye on that. Now we are outside of 20 points. Okay, if we open outside of 20 points, okay, then we don't have the probabilities in our favor for a fill. Okay, now if we can squeeze back within those 20 by the open, about 45 minutes, then we do have about a 70% chance of this gap filling. All right, we're gonna have to look at these 30 too. 751, so 741, 75, right? Oh, shoot. I say 741, 75. Oh, look at that, almost. All right, so if we open between 20 and 30, we've got a coin flip, 50-50 shot, no edge. Open outside of these 30, then we only have about a 30% chance, and a higher, about a 70% chance of trading the other way. All right, so we'll see what happens at this extension. Okay, I got to get moving here. So there's the ES, NASDAQ, no different. Okay, except it hit its profit target. Okay, from this long that we were in from Sunday night, or I'm sorry, Friday's close. Pullback target right there. Here comes our pullback off the profit target, right? Same anchor, new high. So the NASDAQ's got some room, right? We'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide. All right, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Here's that YM pullback. It couldn't even get there, right? And here's the pullback off of Friday's lows, right? We're sitting right on top of it right now. Now remember, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank. So we'll see where bank opens up and what direction it gets moving. The YM's falling right back into this. Now again, if the VIX keeps squeezing higher, all of these indices are going to fall. Okay, the VIX rolls over it at its extension, then these guys can lift off. It's simple as that. Okay, moving on to the Russells. All right, again, think bank. Right, there's the Russell short above us. Right. Here's it. Oops, there we go. Okay, here's its pullback. We'll draw to this new high. Okay, there's its pullback right there. All right, Friday's lows to highs. That's what we're sitting at right now. Okay. So again, we'll watch bank, watch the VIX. All right, moving on. Bitcoin making its pullback. Okay, it's got its next long from the lows on March 8th to our highs on the 16th. That's down here, not quite there yet. So we'll see once we get down here. Look for like a 1 hour bar to close green, right? Some along those lines. And there might be a little series that can lead us down that we can watch, but not quite yet. We're just falling down into our support. This is weakness, right? Falling back down into support. All right, now crude oil. Okay, here's what crude oil is doing. All right. So there's this potential long from lows down here. Now I don't have time to go into the whole thing, but there's this 38.2 that we've run into, okay, up in here, right? So are we starting to make this pullback? Well, we traded up into the resistance and we never broke it, right? We never broke it. So there's a series leading us down, all right, right there, and we never hit this target. Okay, but we just broke the smaller move inside of this. Okay. For those that were following along, my crude oil trade I took yesterday, I took it off at lows. So wasn't a bad trade. This is what I took yesterday. Right there. Got in about here. Ding, 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 and I took it off right down here. Right, actually last night before I went to bed. But now those have broken, right? So what are we running into here? Well, there's this long from lows, right? That we've been watching. Didn't quite make it, right? Didn't quite make it. So right into that. So we'll watch this short up here. This thing breaks, right? There could be pullbacks and we could lift off, which markets probably wouldn't like that. Okay. So there's crude oil coming right back up to our resistance. Remember, it loves to dip into lows like this before rallies, dip into highs before sell-offs. So we'll see. It's starting to get a little wonky in here, right? A whole lot to do at this second. Okay, anyway, gold and silver. Now, gold has made that pullback, okay? So the pullback that we've been waiting on is from February 2nd to our highs on March 2nd. This pullback that we're in right now, okay? So what we can watch for as we're down here, this actually played out nice. So there's been this pullback from highs, right, that has led us down into support. And now we've gone to and through the target. So what I'll be watching for today, and it kind of sucks it's FOMC, but I'm going to be watching this extension short. And if we keep making new lows, I'm going to keep trailing it down, right? And if that breaks, we might be able to catch that first pullback, and that would lead us higher, potentially. All right. So that's what we're watching on gold for you guys that take pictures. There you go. Get that out of the way. All right. Okay. So that's where we're at on gold. That would be pretty sweet. We get a break, we get a pullback, lift off. All right, silver. All right, here's silver. It still hasn't broken that larger long. This is a mess. Let me get rid of some of this so you guys can actually see what's going on. Okay, so there's silver. Right, it never broke that short from highs. This is that long from lows that it hasn't broken either. So silver's going down in this little series of shorts. And we're watching for the same thing. We're watching for a break here, right? Boom, boom. Right, this is the most recent one we're in right here. Okay. So all we're doing is watching for a break, same as gold. Okay. So there's gold and silver. Now moving on to the dollar. Dollar's going to play a big role here. Okay, this is the DXY, right? Not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies put together. But it's obviously traded as profit target, right? Coming off of these highs. So that's where you're getting this dollar strength, which is a headwind against the precious metals and a headwind against the indices, right? We get up to this next short setup, roll back over, right? Then we're going to go from dollar strength to dollar weakness. All right, now when we get to the actual currencies, oh, dollar yen just confirmed it's long. Okay, so that's kind of a development. So dollar yen, its next long setup from March 10th to our highs on the 13th, right there, that just broke the opposing move. Okay, so that just confirmed its dollar strength trade. All right, so we're going to start watching see if we can get these pullbacks now. Right, these pullbacks now to lift us off. Okay, targets are way up there. All right, so there's the dollar yen, euro. Okay, hit its profit target. You can see that there's that long profit target, profit taking, same anchor, new high. So you can see it's got some room, right? It's got some room to fall. That was a nice trade right there. Nice technical trade right there. That first pullback after that extension broke, right to the target, and there comes the pullback. All right. So there's the euro. This is dollar strength. Right. This is dollar strength as we're making these pullbacks. All right. So there we go. Let's see where we are. Okay, VIX still at that next extension short. Okay. We're falling below those 30 points there. We'll see if we can get if this will pull back and we can get a squeeze, get above those 20 and at least target the half. Okay. All right, guys, that was a lot. Um, but we got a lot to go over. Just be careful. Remember, it's FOMC, right? So what's going to be interesting to see is that if we do fill the gap, what's going to happen after that? See what our participation is going to be like. Right? See what our participation is going to be like. All right. Any questions, anybody? Everybody good? All right, I need to jump off, guys. So if you got any questions, just let me know. And again, just be careful. Today is definitely a half size or not at all type day, FOMC days, right? So, okay. All right, very good. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Aaron.
All right, thanks, everybody.
All right, guys, we'll be back for live trading with Ammar. I think Karen's going to join us. I'm not sure. I know she's still been dealing with some pain issues, so hopefully she's feeling better and can join us. If not, we'll have Ammar and myself on. So we'll be back here in the next 20 minutes or 30 minutes here before market open. I'll be back on, and I'll see you guys for that. Should be an interesting day with FOMC. Like Aaron just said, make sure everybody stays safe out there, but we'll see you guys here in a few minutes. Good morning, everybody. We're back. Out of the gate here, I'll be watching this area 24,953 and 24,933. There's couple levels here. I'll be watching to see how we react. Potentially, I lean a little bit more to the downside, but I don't know. We'll see. Today could get interesting, one way or the other. So I'm keeping an open mind to both directions. On ES, I have a level at 6737.75, which is giving us a bit of a hold pre-market here. So we'll see. Larger gap down here, obviously. Well, I guess it looks worse because we got pre-market. We tried above the highs first, right? So it's not, this is a massive move down, but it looks that bad because we made the move up first above the highs, and then ended up rejecting. Oops. All right, so initial push up out of the gate. Considering an early short here. I'm gonna try a couple micros. Aggressive entry off the open here. But a couple micros, 35-point stop, so it's not a bad stop. My entry's at 24,926. Target would be the pre-market low down here, and then 24,846. Don't generally like to take a entry this quickly in the market open, like we're 2 minutes in the market open here. But I'm just doing it based off of where we're at in the levels and how we traded back into both of them and then rejected. So we'll see. This definitely could take a quick stop, and it would not be all that shocking. Hey, what's up, Omar? Yeah, I can hear you. Yep. Can you hear me all right? Yeah.
Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you all right there? Fall off your chair or what?
No, no. I'm okay. I'm okay. Okay. All right. Well, it's FOMC day, so
Yeah,
don't know how much.
expectations definitely got to be a little lower today.
Oh yeah.
Prepare for the potential chop suey.
Good morning, USA. It's gonna be a wonderful day. You know where that's from, right?
No, I don't actually. What is that from?
What? American Dad?
Oh, not. I've never really watched that. Is it good?
Uh, I mean, not as good as Family Guy or The Simpsons, but
Yeah, yeah.
whenever it's like back in the day was on TV, I watched.
All right, indices trying to hold here. Just got our first 5 minute close of the day.
5 minutes.
I did not get stopped on the short stab yet, but it's getting
Oh,
close. I tried a pretty early aggressive entry just with a couple micros. It's actually not the reason I was willing to take it. I just got stopped there. The reason I was willing to take it was only like a 35-point stop. A couple micros wasn't too bad. In case the market wanted to die on us, but we shall reassess here. So that's just like $150 little paper cut there. Back underneath the open, I'm still open to shorts, but above 24.99.53s here. I am open-minded to longs. The overnight open is at 25,026. And I got an overhead level at 25,062. In terms of data, guys, we already have PPI this morning at 8:30. We have crude oil inventories at 10:30, and then the Fed interest rate decision at 2 o'clock with the FOMC and the FOMC press conference after. Kind of eyeing longs here, but from a stock perspective, I'd almost have to do like 70 points. We shall wait here.
Yeah, I mean, just staying patient.
Ugh. So I know you're normally an options guy. You've been trading after the big game show victory. You've been trading the Tradeify account at all?
Huh, yeah.
There's new highs on NQ in the Dow and ES. Oh man, I almost took that 2-minute bar there too. Now she's gonna be a runner. She's a runner. She's a track star.
Oh no, the baby's crying.
I can hear the little baby. There's a little baby.
Alright, let me just close the door. No big buyers have stepped in yet. We do got a big order. Oh, it just went away on the Qs. It was at 603.30. It went away. Got another big order sitting at 603.60. So we could come test those levels. NQ is around that whole number of 25,000. Let's see how it reacts over there.
Yeah.
There's that rejection.
Mm-hmm.
If you do fall, we could fall all the way down to 606.90 to 606.60. But I think we have made our 15-minute.
Yeah, we got 45 seconds here on the 15-minute bar.
Orb, yeah.
Got NQ back into the open and the level here. Oh, I'm so torn. I might try the long stab here. Oh, I really could see either the direction.
Yesterday's lows we just tested.
Let's see if the 2-minute trigger. So break above. If this 2-minute bar closes a hammer and we break above, I'm gonna hop in some longs. All right, that just happened. I just got filled at 24,966.
Long game, huh?
Yeah, we're trying it here. Based just off of the 2-minute hold of the open. I got the 2 levels here. We triggered a 2-minute buy. All right, that's nice. That's new highs real quickly there. On the Qs, we're up about 30, 40 points, 35 points. That was what our loss was about 35 points. First target would be the overnight open, which is at 25,026. Which is right around where VWAP's sitting on the NQ right now as well. So I think that's a valid target here. Be about 60 points.
Okay, if we can get a bounce on Qs here. I'll look to take long. Again, it rejected. The NQ rejected that 25,000 level.
Yeah.
All right. Point of control is being tested along with WeWop on the Qs. Let's see what she does over here. There's that bounce.
I'm gonna add a couple more into this. I think I haven't done it yet. Maybe not. We're right back at break even here. Don't like that 5-minute close. So I also have VIX futures right at a level where we had rejected pre-market, and it looked like we were getting another rejection here, which was kind of factoring in. Maybe it still is.
Some buyers stepping up.
Yeah, the 5-minute was looking uglier, but closed the hammer.
They just got absorbed.
Yeah. Yeah, the VIX doesn't look as good from a rejection standpoint anymore. Decisions.
Some buyers sitting at 602 level on Qs.
602 on QQQ.
Yeah. Nope. They just got absorbed by the sellers.
This didn't hit my stop, but I got my finger on the trigger here to just manually exit. Hasn't done it yet.
And testing yesterday's lows.
What a crazy sell-off pre-market, huh?
Yeah, man.
It was looking like bullish above yesterday's high.
Got a little push up just
still trying to hold here.
Yeah, the buyers are getting absorbed. That's the problem.
Yeah.
We might see this all day.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Leading up to FOMC, it may just be chop suey.
Chop suey.
Chop suey.
You know that song?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, classic.
I don't know if I know the. I don't know if I could sing the actual lyrics to you, but Damn, you wanted to.
You wanted to.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know that part.
All right. We got a big order at 602.40 on Q's. So the price could just got taken away. So if it doesn't hold, we could see it test lows.
Yeah. Man, let's see. I think you got pretty close to the gap fill, but not quite. You got 28 points away. VIX is right at its high on the day here. Let's see if it breaks.
When angels become. Now that song is stuck in my head.
Well, VIX rejecting its high on the day. I'm actually going to add a couple more. Call me crazy. I might be.
All right, we got a big order that just came in at 602.40.
Basically looking for the gap fill. The gap fill is right at the, essentially it's what the overnight open is. 25.26. Which is about 66 points. But as of right now, that's not the initial reaction I was hoping for.
Can we get some buyers stopping in?
VIX right back at those highs. Dang it. That is not ideal.
That order keeps popping up and getting taken away at
Yeah,
640.
we're getting that that FOMC fudgery.
It's good for, futures. You just can hold it, but options.
Yeah, exactly. If you're trading some 0 DTEs, just the theta would just be crushing them. That is what I do like about futures is like you really can make the decision based off of like the chart and areas on the chart, and don't, you know what I mean, you don't have to consider that it's like, not only do I need to make this move, I need to make it quickly. Like, it's easier to hold a position that's just kind of chopping around as long as your trade hasn't been invalidated, to where with future or with options, if you're trading a weekly or a 0 DTE and your trade might not be invalidated, but the fact that it's just chopping around, you can start to lose money, and that can get frustrating. Well, there's a new high on the VIX. Not ideal. Still holding this area though.
Can we go test? Oh, nope. There's some.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Do it for your boy. Do it for your boy. Oh, come on. I did add into this one while it was in drawdown, so my entry went from being at 65 to now my average fills at 59. So
There's a VWAP test on Q's. Let's see if we can break it.
So we're back at break even right here on this one.
You wanted to.
I feel like I gotta put that on now. Maybe this is what we need to break us out.
Yeah, let's see if Q's can go and test 25,000, sorry. NQ. That'd be crazy if the Q's were at 25,000. Makeup. You want to. And
Self-righteous suicide. Angels deserve to die. Well, turns out playing chop suey is just giving us more chop suey.
why don't you put a little bit of makeup? Makeup. 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 In thy.
Self-righteous suicide. Come on, baby. I was watching Rick Rubin. He's like the music producer dude, and he produced his album with them. He told the story about them writing the song, and that like line right there, he was like stuck. He didn't know what to write for him, if they called it a bridge or whatever. And Rick Rubin, they were like writing it like in this library, and Rick Rubin was like, "Dude, just grab a book off the shelf and like find the first line you want to use." And he like opened the Bible, and that's the line he took from it. That's not what we want to say. Back into the open here. All right, chop suey didn't give us the pump that we wanted. It just gave us more chop suey. Should have known.
Yeah, oh, there's big orders sitting at 601.20. Yesterday's. Oh, we've broken yesterday's low.
Yeah, we're below it.
Oh, and just like that, look at that.
I know. I did.
Back in.
I did just for safety purposes. I did put my stop at 24,900s, which is just underneath the New York low on the day. Originally, I was gonna put it below this 2-minute low, but I was like, I just could see me getting stabbed out, and then so my stop is down here, which is a little bit of a wider stop, but if it gets to follow through after that wick, it turned out to be a good decision because we're right back to break even there after being down 50 points. Came within 10 points of the stop. But once again, man, just can't get over this 24,953. Still, we're right at yesterday's low again here. But this is starting to get not very fun. I didn't know you had them beatboxing skills.
You like that?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
How about I beatbox and you rap?
Oh, dude, I don't know. I don't know if I got them skills. Ooh. Oh, man, my back is so tight today. I don't know what. Slept weird or what? Well, we talk a lot about how expectations should be lower pre-FOMC, and so I can't say that any of this chop is surprising. I do still think that the gap fill is valid, and I do still think that, like, after the bigger move down pre-market here, that shorts are almost a little bit too obvious, and maybe that spike down was us gaining some fuel here, trapping some shorts before we go get the gap fill. We'll see if that plays out to fruition or not, but at this point, I don't know if we escape this like 40-point range that we're in, 30-point range that we're in. Why have you forsaken me? All right, so put on some more tunes here. Ammar, should I put on keep the rock vibes going or a little EDM? What do you feel?
Rock.
Rock. Okay. You like the Chili Peppers?
Yeah.
Oh my, jeez, what kind of commercial is this?
You dirty dog. You dirty dog. Off a commercial like you're watching. All right, come on, give me the breakout. We're back in profits here. Up about 10 points. Why have you forsaken me?
How's the volume on that? Is that too loud? Is that good?
That's good.
In your bedroom, make you wanna reason. Come on, just go back to 25,025. Dirty break, fall underneath your feet. Not alone, I'll be there. We're taking song requests, chat. First we had take it all off and step inside the running bed. In your jail cell, all the memories of everything you ever smelled. Not alone. Don't forget me, I can't hide it. Come on, give me excited. Wowzers. Come on, man. He's just sitting on his hands here. The only smart one in the room. Spread inside the tool shed. Yeah, I need to. Yeah. Here, wait, we'll ask ChatGPT write us some lyrics for "Don't Stop Me Out." When you
Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling.
jeez. I miss my calling to be an air guitar player more.
Yeah.
Look at these fingers. Look at these fingers. Woo! All right. Lock it in here, boys. Lock it in. All right, we got the song from ChatGPT to make a. What's the Chili Pepper songs? We'll sing it for you. When you won't. Actually, we already got the music. Here we go. Here's the verse, okay? Woke up feeling locked in, charts looking clean. Drew my levels like Picasso on the dang screen. I threw in the dang part myself. Said this is the one, yeah, I've seen this before. Took the trade 5 seconds later, wick to the floor. Stop loss tight, yeah, I thought I was smart. Market makers playing darts in my heart. Soon as I'm out, watch it shoot to the moon. Like it waited for me just to leave the room. Damn, that's kind of fire. All right, here's the chorus, the hook. Okay. Don't stop me out. Let me breathe a little. Why'd you hunt my trade down to the middle? Soon as I'm
Read
out,
enough.
now you wanna run. That's not trading, that's personal, son. Don't stop me out. I was right the whole time. Now I'm chasing candles, committing a crime. Market said nope, then reverse somehow. All I'm asking, don't stop me out now. Damn, that was bars. That was
Bars,
bars,
bars.
bro. And it was just fitting that it stopped me out while I was singing it. we're officially out of the trade. But dang, that was fire. Man. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to shoot a music video for that later. You heard it here first. Stock Dad's TV exclusive. Don't stop me out. Stop me right on out. I mean, that first verse is kind of fire. I kind of got to read it again. Woke up feeling locked in, charts looking clean. Drew my levels like Picasso on the dang screen. Said this is the one, yeah, I've seen this before. Took the trade, 5 seconds later, wick to the floor. Stop loss tight, yeah, I thought I was smart. Market makers playing, darts in my heart. Soon as I'm out, watch it shoot to the moon, like it
I might
waited
do
for
some
me, just to
longs
leave the
here,
room.
just so we can play to the up.
I told
Side.
myself I was gonna be done after the loss, but you might talk me into it. This song's got me like feeling it. You know what I'm saying?
Keep a very tight SL, huh?
But listen to the song, Ammar. I don't know. That is a ugly 5 and 15 minute close.
All right, I'm in some 606. I'm sorry, 605 Qs. About 6 cons at 69.
Hey yo. All right. I'm gonna throw these on an eval account, but I joined you just because I got to ride. We ride together, Ammar. We're without Karen
test
here.
the high range.
Mm-hmm. Throw a few on an eval here, and we'll see.
Shine like that, mate. Shine like that. Can we go reclaim 601? Why don't you not trust in me? afraid to suicide. I cry.
Oh man, I had my boy Ace. That's what I call my chatbot. I had to give me a second verse and a bridge. We're filming a full on music video after stream today with this. Tamika, we'll give you producer creds. Darts in my heart. Oh, what's going on outside? Gonna see. Hold on, I'll be right back. And my neighbor across the street, it's been like crazy windy here. The tree in front of his house fell down, and they just got here to apparently chainsaw it up and clean it up. Because so if we start hearing some noises, could be that.
Why don't you trust in me? Why I oughta?
Well, Ammar doesn't want to give it up,
Yeah.
but it doesn't want to go anywhere either.
Where did I put my? Come on, bro. If we're in a range, go test the high. Someone's actually really revving their engine out there, huh?
That's the chainsaw going, baby.
We got a massive order just sitting on both ends. Oh no, is it gonna take me out? Alright, low of day. So either we hold here or we close here. There's just no way this gives us a trend after all that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Oh.
should just stuck with my original plan to
Oh,
short
God.
back underneath the open here.
Still.
Just hit my target on the original short idea. Obviously, a whole lot
Yeah.
of chopperooski beforehand.
Alright, I'm putting a stop order at 0.35. Did we get some sort of news?
What time is it? It's 10:27. Unless it was like some geopolitical.
10:30. There's Canadian news. Crude oil inventories is in 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. We got 10 seconds to first hourly close here. Looks like we're going to close a pretty ugly red bar. VIX is still holding up too, so I'm not going to try and catch any more bottoms. I'm probably done, but we'll see. Maybe another stab on an eval, but
All right. Come on, baby. Let's bring it all the way back up.
let's go. I can do it.
So crude oil number came back at 6.2 million.
Crude oil inventories.
Yeah. Previous was 3.8 million. It didn't really make a difference. At 2 o'clock, everything will make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's claim 600. And 601 is VWAP.
All right, there's a little bounce. Keep it going here, baby. Let's keep it going. I'd like to see a little pump up to the top end of the
Up
range.
to the highs would be legendary.
Yeah, that would be. Let's go get the pre-market at.
Let's get above pre-market highs.
The bounce said nope.
Yeah. Come on,
all
baby.
right.
Keep it going. Come on. What is this?
That 2 minute. That's checking some beats here.
What do you call what was I gonna say?
I don't know.
The game show, is it today?
No, not today. Well, so I guess we had it scheduled for Wednesdays. Was today Wednesday? Is it Wednesday
Today
already? Yeah, because we
is
didn't do
yeah.
Monday. But the last few weeks we've done it Thursday. So I was planning on Thursday again.
Okay. You need me?
I will let you know for sure.
All right. Oh, I don't have ultimate. It's okay. Come on. Come on, 60160. God.
FOMC gonna FOMC.
So Venezuela,
Yeah.
the World Baseball Classic.
Oh yeah, yeah. Is that where it's at? Is it in Venezuela, or that you just mean like the country playing in the World Baseball Classic?
The country playing. They just beat.
Yeah. Okay. What about them?
They just won.
Oh, they
They
won the
beat
whole
USA.
thing.
Yeah.
They're always pretty good, aren't they? Or I don't know a whole lot about baseball, to be honest with you.
Well, that's funny. You know,
Yeah,
'cause of
after
what recently what happened, and then
yeah, yeah, but they're still out there getting it done. Yanku of this 24,846.75. We've been battling here for a little while. I need VIX to chill out a little bit if we're gonna see a bounce.
the point of control line is all the way up at 24,738. So we have to go test that. We have to.
I like it.
Buyer just keep getting absorbed. Come on. Can we get a big push? Close above 600 and then 606 next. Right? Wouldn't that be nice?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, man. I'm tired of.
For real. It was like crazy chop, 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 chop. Got the move down. Now crazy chop, 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 chop.
Now it just has to move up, right?
Yeah, yeah, you hope so. My fear is we get another leg down to 24,782 first, but I don't know. I guess we'll see.
You want a good show recommendation?
Yeah, give me one.
Drive to Survive.
Drive is that's like a it's like the F1 reality series, right?
Yeah. It's
I
actually
heard
really
it was good. I haven't watched it yet though. My brother's real into F1.
I'm really into F1 after that.
Yeah, I got you into it.
Oh yeah, that show is actually really good.
I'll have to check it out. It's on Netflix, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I tried to check out some like tickets, like when they came to Miami and Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Holy shit, they are expensive. It's expensive.
Really?
Or yeah, like the cheapest one you can buy was like $1,200-$1,300.
That's crazy.
Cadillac made a team and they're in there now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, usually American teams are not good, but Cadillac, this is their first year, and yeah, they're not that good.
um, yeah, a couple years ago I worked for a prop firm, and they sponsored Ollie Bierman is his name. He was in
Oh yeah.
yeah, he was
That's
in
cool.
F2 at the time, but he just
He's
got moved
F1
up
now.
to Formula
Yeah,
One, I think last year or something like that.
he's on the Haas team, one of the American teams. He's actually pretty good.
Yeah, he is, and he's young. But
Yeah,
yeah, I
these.
was working for him, and they had a race in Texas, and I was just gonna try to get them to hook me up and send me, but I quit working for him before the race
Oh
ever
man,
came.
yeah.
Don't stop me out. Wick to the floor.
Okay, we're getting a little push. Can we keep it going?
Please pump it up. Buys to the moon. P&L screenshot. Got my DEMs popping.
All right, here comes the 600 test. Barbecues. Can we do something over there, mate? Can we do something over there? I wish I had an Irish accent. Their accent is cool. Can you do an Irish accent?
Oh man, I don't even know what an Irish accent would sound like. I feel like you're the big accent guy here on this stream.
No, my accents are really bad.
Your Indian one's great. Um,
Cause I'm brown.
you're like I'm from a neighboring country.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. I don't even know. Did you ever watch that movie when you were a kid, Luck of the Irish on Disney Channel?
I did not.
It was. I just saw they have it playing. It was like from the '90s, I think, but because of St. Patty's Day, they had it on Disney Plus. But I feel like I need to go watch that movie and hear. I don't even know like what an Irish person sounds like. And I think I have Irish in my blood. I don't know.
Irish.
Irish.
Irish, mate.
There's a.
Irish.
I can't even. Don't even know the
Oh, man. I don't know. I can't do it. Sorry. Any Irish people out there? This Thomas Shelby.
Oh, did you see that movie's coming out?
And the movie's coming out.
The movie's coming out on the 22nd. 4 days, dude.
Are you gonna go watch it?
Oh heck yeah! I might actually have to watch the last season again.
What do you have to tell me, man? All right. Can we keep going? Can we keep going? Boyers are stepping in. Only 20% down. Maybe if I just keep looking at, F1.
Is that what's pumping us?
That's what I'm looking at. taking their 10-question
Do you
quiz
have, do you
right
have
now.
a, do you have a favorite driver?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite driver?
I like. So I got a couple of them. You know, I like George Russell. He drives for Mercedes. I like Lando. He drives for McLaren.
Okay.
And then I like Carlos Sainz. He drives for Williams. Those are the three I like. Of course, you gotta support your boy Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah. Okay.
The
Okay.
goat, the goat, the goat man.
The goal.
He's the
Yeah.
goat. He's the goat man.
Yeah. Louis. So my brother and my sister-in-law, like, I think he just had a good race, but he's another young kid. He was like, he just did something. He was like the youngest driver to do something last weekend, I think.
Oh, Kimi Antonelli. Yeah, he's like the youngest driver to I think second youngest to win
Yeah, I
a
think that's
race.
who. Yeah, let's go, Omar. Let's go, Omar. Omar. More
Amar.
everyone. But
AK.
yeah, I think that's who my brother likes. What's our open 928?
Come on! It got to be up. Can we break it? Can we break it? Come on. No.
That sounded
Oh,
a
is
little
it?
like that had a little Irish purr in there. Can we break it? Can we break it? Break it.
Break it. Oh no! Come on, bro. Above our EMAs now. Should I have taken it right there? Just walked away with my losses.
Yeah, that 2 minute doesn't look.
602.40.
That 2 minute rejection doesn't look great.
Oh God. Oh come on, man. How did we go from 0.50 to 0.38 in a matter of seconds? Seconds. It didn't even touch a Weebop yet. It was at 601.29. I have to keep looking at F1 if I wanted to go up.
That's yeah. As soon as you took your eyes off F1, we got that pullback, bro.
Yeah. Maserati. Manuel Ferrari. Ferrari. Wow, back in the day, there used to be Ford also. Yamaha.
Look at that. It's F1 pumps the market. We found it. I gotta get an F1 button. I'll just be like,
Benenendo.
"Vroom."
All right. Benenendo. Who's Benenendo Ronaldo? All right, we need to get above 24,691. Then we have way up to 24,719. This is an area where price might just linger around. So if you can get a good push out of it. Oh, wow. They called off the Bahrain and the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix.
Oh, really?
Because what's
Yeah.
because what's what's going on out there.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah, baby. Go, 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 go.
Oh, let's
Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
go.
Go, 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 go. Go, baby, go. Go, baby, go.
I feel like I'm listening to you make that baby.
We're green. We're green.
We're green, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
I can't lie. I kind of degened into that one with you on the. I took an L on the first one, but then I degened in on the eval again. So we flipped the eval back green on the day. Let's go.
Let's go. All right. Can we get a little push more to the upside? I'm looking at 601.87. I'm most likely just gonna start taking it there.
Into the opening print here. We got FOMCing.
Buyers are getting absorbed. We're getting absorbed. All right, we're above VWAP. Let's see if we can just hold there. There we go. There we go. Come out. Come on. 602. Come on. Go test yesterday's lows. They got orders sitting around 602.40. We do got a big order sitting at 602. That's what I want tested. 602. That's where I'll look to close.
Can we break the OP? We're trying. Let's go, Omar. Did you hold that? Did you hold that for the
Ammar.
pop? Omar?
Oh, you're talking to someone else.
Yeah, I know. Omar
You
and
kept calling
Omar.
me.
Yeah, no, there's Omar in the chat. He said more, so I'm assuming he was in the long boys. I'm hoping he didn't get shaken out on that little 2-minute trickery.
You were talking to me the whole time. Ammar, it's with the A. All right, we need it above WeWop, which we're not getting. That guy's going ham, isn't he?
Yeah, dude, he's going ham. Dude, this house across the street, like this this giant tree, and it literally fell down. So it's like across, and he doesn't have much of a front yard, and it's like across his entire front yard. Like he can't even walk to his porch. And I think he just rents the house because I told him, I was like, if you want me to come help you cut it up, I'll give you a hand. He's like, oh, I called the landlord, and I was like, he's like this older guy, and I was like, all right, that's cool, no worries. So it's been like laying there for like a week now, and they're finally must the landlord got somebody over here.
Come on, can we put in a positive delta candle here?
Kind of sounds like an F1 car, right? It's like.
Yeah, I thought it was someone revving their engine and stuff.
What's that? What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Well, I thought it was someone revving their engine in the beginning.
Yeah.
You know.
Nah, that's a chainsaw.
All right, it's holding 601.10 to 601 level.
Good stuff, Omar with an O.
No. All right, there's a green delta candle.
And I don't know why when you said green, I didn't think delta was coming out of your mouth. Thought you were gonna go with a green dodo candle.
Dodo.
Omar asked you
Ammar.
if you have a project car.
I do not.
He's about to now that he's a big F1 guy.
If I knew anything about like doing stuff to cars, but I don't.
YouTube, baby.
Plus, with the new kid, you don't really got time now.
That's true.
I'll
be honest with you, Mark. Right now is like the chillest it ever is with kids. The newborn phase, man, where they're mostly just sleeping, laying around. Wait till they start running around, talking. That's when it really becomes nonstop.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a whole nother ball game. Everyone talks about like the baby phase because like maybe the sleep's not as good or whatever, but that's the easiest part of parenting in my opinion. It also gets like fun when you can start like talking to him and playing with him and stuff. It's also fun, but that's when it really becomes like a nonstop gig. You guys want to have any more? You stopping at one?
No. Well, for now, one.
You're like, I ain't even thinking about that.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk about it once he's like, 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah, I will say we had two under two, and it is cool like them being so close in age, like they're best friends, and that part's sick. They like are always hanging out, playing, vibing together and stuff. But and I do like having one boy and one girl is pretty cool as well.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. A girl first. She wanted a boy first. So we got a boy first. Let's see. Hopefully the second one is a girl because my family had a girl.
Yeah, I was hyped. We had a girl first. Like my wife, she's like the oldest, and she had 3 younger brothers. But then my family, I have an older brother and a younger brother, and then my sister's the youngest. And I liked it how her family was like. She is as the oldest being the girl. I was like, I think that'd be cool to have the girl first.
Yeah. I don't care, so nobody knows, even though it hurt. Alright.
So Omar, are you a big car guy? Do you you work on cars and stuff? You have a project car? Sorry, Omar, if you were saying something.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
You still holding some of your position?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I never got out.
Okay, I didn't know if you took a trim or not. I know you went flip green, but I didn't know if you...
I didn't have time. As soon as I said I'm green, we got a red print.
Yeah, I get a little bit of resistance at the open, but we'll see here. I still think we could pop it.
Come on, baby. I just want 602. That's it. There's big orders sitting over there. I know you want to go test it. Go get those orders filled. You got delta divergence going on right now. Putting in positive candles. Even though it hurts. Alright. Some buyers stepping in, but it looks like they just got absorbed. Alright, I'm getting out.
Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a bummer, man. Wanted to see some more follow through. Well, we can come back down to the bottom.
Hey, we took a loss, but we came back.
Yeah, it ended up being a much smaller loss.
Yeah.
I did flip green on this eval account, and but I was still holding like half the position, and I have my stops in profit, but they're about to get hit. Oh, jeez. Oh, all right. Well, you're flat here. I'm holding a few runners,
Yeah.
but I've done everything that I'm gonna do for today. I'm either gonna get stopped here a couple points lower, or this one I'm getting a little fall through, which I'm kind of doubting at this point. But we'll just call it a day there for the live trading session. We'll step away, get some lunch here. We'll be back at 12 o'clock for the nooner with Aaron breaking down this morning's action, and then obviously we have FOMC this afternoon. So make sure if you guys are still trading that you're trading safe. Proceed with caution. But thanks for tuning in and hanging out with us. Omar said he has an old school Lexus Coupe and did an engine swap. I don't know, the single turbo 6 speed. Oh, that's cool. I drove a manual for a long time. I had this I think it was what was it, Mazda? Man, what, Mazda 3 maybe? Mazda 3 Sport. It was like a 6-speed manual that I drove for a lot of my youth. The thing was awesome. I love that car. But yeah, anywho, thanks for hanging out, guys. We're gonna step away. We'll see you guys this afternoon for the nooner with Aaron. So have a good afternoon. Yeah, Forrest, my bad. I totally forgot to send that to you. Thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna find you in Discord right now. Hold on, give me 1 second before I hop off. Let me make sure. You said your Discord name is just Forrest, right?
Forrest Gump. Yeah.
Yeah, I see you. It's like I got you. I'm gonna see if I can DM it to you here. I sent you a message just so I can click on your thing and add you as a friend. All right, I'm sending you a DM right now, Forrest, with the coupon code. Thank you for the reminder. My bad on that one, buddy. All right. All right, guys, sounds good. I'll send you that, Forrest, and then we'll see you guys at 12 o'clock for the nooner. See you soon, everybody. Peace. See you, Omar. afternoon, everybody. We are back for the nooner with Aaron. Go ahead, Aaron. Take it away.
How we doing, everybody? Hope everybody had a good morning. We'll give everybody a couple minutes to get in. Make sure you say hi. Interesting morning. Chilling out. Waiting for FOMC. What's up, Mr. Wealth? Art, what's up? Mr. Wolf, I got your DM. I'll try to get, if I didn't answer your question, I'll try to get back to you when I can. Mr. Mika, what's up? What's up? Mr. Paz, good afternoon. All right. Okay, everybody. Everybody have a good morning. Everybody see the VIX break that short? All right, that was our sign right there. All right, Chad, what's up? Good to see you. Last day of crap weather. By hunker down here in the Midwest. Out east, you probably got one more day of this if our weather's just heading your way. 60 tomorrow, I'll take it. Okay. All right, so let's get started, guys. Okay, so FOMC, right now, how we handle this. All right, let's go to a different page. Hang on. Now, when we go, I'm just talking while I pull this up. There we go. Okay. So when we go into FOMC, only 8 of these a year, right? So here's how this all shakes out. Oh, look, there's actually 1.1% chance of a hike. Isn't that crazy? That just popped up. Okay, so 98.9% chance of a pause. Okay? So anything other than a pause today is going to be absolutely insane. Okay? Moving out. The reason that this is so important is because this is what the market's pricing in. This is not bullish. Okay, the market's not pricing in a rate cut until December. So as we move into the day, all right, between now and 2 o'clock, things can be just slow, choppy. All right, Europe is closed, so don't expect too much. All right, now at 2 o'clock, things are going to get wild. Things will fly around, and it's very illiquid. All right, if you're on a prop firm, most prop firms will fail you if you are trading FOMC. Okay, then around 2:15, things will settle down. All right, and then after things settle down, press conference starts at 2:30. All right, 2:30, things will go wild until about 3 o'clock. They'll hang on every word that Powell says. Okay, and then around 3 o'clock, wherever we are then and whatever's happened, we can work off of that. Things get back to being technical around 3 o'clock on FOMC day after the press conference. Okay, so that's how we do this. If you want to trade FOMC, more power to you. All right, it is illiquid and there's ways to trade it, but I'm not the person for that. Okay, so that's how everything rolls, or that's how everything plays out. All right, so let's get to what we're looking at going into FOMC. All right, so starting off on the VIX. Now, we're back on the continuous contract. Okay, trading view years might look a little bit different, but this is what we're drawing from into. All right, we're drawing from 1580 on the continuous to these 3026s. Okay, this long is holding again, insane. Okay, so this long, right? This is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay, it's the leading indicator for the US indices. There's pullback number 1, target. Pullback number 2, target. Pullback number 3, target. Pullback number 4. That's what we're in. And it's holding, and we just broke a short setup. So not great for the indices. What's up, Frank? Not great for the indices. Okay, so here's the series we had on the way down. Okay, on the continuous contract, you'll see this pullback looks like it broke. Okay, and it did. All right, but on the new contract, it didn't. All right, so obviously coming out of these highs, we had this pullback right here. All right, very shallow, but on the new contract, okay, that traded nicely. Now, we went to and through those targets. So here are the extensions that we were holding, okay, on the way down. All right, there's number 1 right there, target. This is what we were watching this morning, and it defended and broke, okay? So that short now has, we were in a series of shorts leading us down into support, and that support broke the short setups. Okay, so that's done. That's dead, gone, see ya. And there's all your indice weakness. Now remember, this morning we were talking about this, that overnight, there's our contract rollover right here. Okay, we pulled back right into our long, and there we go. Okay, so you could almost call that old contract low to new contract high if you wanted to, and then bam, that's where they're buying volatility. All right, so with that pullback, okay, we've gone into extension longs. All right, there was number 1 right there, and we're watching number 2. Dang, I didn't even draw this up because I'm pretty sure it broke. Yeah, that broke. So there's extension number 2 up here. All right, now what we can use this for is if this breaks, we're making this larger pullback, right? Okay, and remember, the VIX doesn't go up in extensions for very long, meaning the indices don't go down in extensions for very long. They like to back and fill all the way. Okay, so the question being, are there resistance levels above us? Of course, there's going to be resistance levels, lows or highs to lows above us. Of course, that's going to be there. Do we want to blindly trust it? No, because we're in longs, right? We're in longs. We broke out of shorts, so the VIX is rising. Okay, this is bearish for the indices. Okay, so the way I'm gonna look at it going into FOMC, okay, is like that. All right, because we don't go up in extensions for very long, so I don't want to really trust them. I'm just going to watch that lows to highs. All right, if the VIX falls and we lift off again, then the indices are going to make pullbacks, short pullbacks, and then get sold into as the VIX bounces off its support level. If for some reason we break this, all right, we can fall back down to lows, okay? And if we do break that, then that would confirm that yes, indeed, there's resistance above us. But any resistance above us is going to have to prove itself because the VIX is in longs again. Man, what is it, March? We've been saying that since January, okay? So that's what we're looking at going into FOMC, okay? So think about it that way. Any shorts above us are going to have to confirm by breaking longs, okay? And we can just continue to trade the trend until it fails. All right, and right now the VIX is in longs, indices are in shorts. Not pretty at all for the indices that this long held again, okay? That is rough sledding right there for the indices. All right, really rough sledding. So we'll see. My opinion on what the market doesn't listen to my opinion, but I doubt that Powell's going to come out very dovish today. Okay, and if Powell comes out hawkish, meaning higher for longer, right? More than likely the markets aren't going to like that. But we never know. Never know. kind of Powell's swan song. He's only got one press conference after this one. So I don't know, maybe he's going to lose his mind and start just going on a revenge tour. Who knows? Okay. So any questions here? Any questions on where the VIX is? Anybody? See how that whole thing played out? Short, 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 run into support, shorts break, first pullback. That's where we are. Right? And obviously, if you're going to protect yourself against downside risk in the markets, you're going to be buying volatility. Okay? And that's buying this. All right? Any questions, anybody? Going into FOMC. Anybody? You guys alive? Everybody good? Okay. All right, cool, cool. Okay. All right, so moving on. Our financials, okay? Not helping the cause, right? Remember, bank is in shorts. It's in larger short setups, okay? And remember, this is just an index, right? Doesn't have to be perfect. We just use these draws as a guide. But from our highs on March 10th to our lows on the 12th, that's what's holding and leading us down. We've got targets down here. We broke the long from lows, right? Look at bank this year. All right. That's not super pretty. It's just a series of shorts, right? Boom, 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 right? Not at all cool, okay, for the indices. And we don't really know where our next support level would be below us. The next support level will show itself when we break shorts, okay? So indices are not in a good place, all right? So we've got the VIX and longs, bearish, bank and shorts, bearish, right? So if we continue into the afternoon and we continue to see bank weakness, it's a massive headwind against the indices. If you guys haven't seen by now, if we have bank falling, that's a massive boat anchor. It is so hard for the indices to go up. So hard for the indices to go up if bank is falling. And if you do see that, if you see the indices rally without the financials, don't trust the rally, right? So there we go. There's our financials. Now onto the onto the ES. Excuse me. When you zoom out even further, there we go. Okay, we're still in this larger long setup. That hasn't broken. If this extension breaks, that's rough sledding. We're probably looking at another 2022. Okay, if that happens. And if you remember, that probably means nothing to you guys, but this is what I'm talking about. This. Okay. So that's beginning of 2022, and October of 2022. Okay. Not good. That's a bear market for a whole year. Okay. And then obviously finally we broke trend. But if we see, and it always runs the same, here was the extension long in 2022 or 2021, right? Broke it, and that was game over. All right. So here's where we are right now. All right. That extension long is drawn from December 16th of 24. All right. To our highs in October 25. There is the pullback. Still have these 71.40 targets, right? Now we've made our pullback, right? Back into support. This is big old sneaky snake on top of an extension. Okay. But when you zoom in, here is that. Let me get rid of some of this nonsense for you guys. All right, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Not so pretty now, is it? This is that VIX short or that VIX long that's been holding since January. That is the inverse on the indices. See how ugly that is, right? See how much work the indices would have to do to break trend? Not pretty, right? So we'll see if we get any sort of catalyst today for any bullishness, but we need to understand that this short setup is that VIX long that has been holding since January. And this is a great example. That looks sloppy. VIX wasn't, right? Then we started holding, boom, target, held again. There's the target down there. All right, so when we zoom in, right, there's that, right? Could there be long? Yeah, there absolutely could be if the VIX breaks trend. Okay, if the VIX breaks shorts, if the VIX breaks longs, then we can think bullish. But right now, it ain't pretty, guys, right? It ain't pretty. That VIX pullback long is this pullback short right there. Okay, so over here, this makes this pullback and lifts off. That's that pullback and roll over. Okay. Yeah, Chad, it has. We haven't had very many full gap fills, right? I've just been targeting halves when I have the ability in the morning. But just like today, halves are getting slammed, right? Anytime we're at like those 20 points or over 20 points away, the half is the high probability play, right? So, and you could see that today, right? I mean, I would advise just until we go back in an uptrend, right? Which we don't know when that'll be. Until we go back in an uptrend, target the half, right? Take the high probability stuff, bird in the hands, worth two in the bush, right? That whole thing, right? Still have a gap at 66.37. The one from today, or let's see, down here. Yeah, that's unfilled. Yep, absolutely. There's still an unfilled gap there. And we've got our unfilled gap from today as well. Now this one from yesterday filled. Okay, we filled that during trading hours, right there. So with the gap fill today, right, we opened 9:30 outside of 30 points. Okay, went up, filled the half, and just annihilated, right? Absolutely slammed at the half. Okay, so that's obviously not surprising when we're that far away and we start that squeeze, right? That's the high probability play, right? And market participants are taking profit right there. All right, so going forward until we're back in an uptrend, I would target the halves, and especially if we're below, right? Target the half, take your money, right? So we'll see, right? We will see. I mean, it's a very volatile, afternoon. Just watch the VIX. Let the VIX be your guide, right? There you go, Chad. Take the half and get out. Yep. But yeah, Omar, you're right. That's still down there, right? Markets likes try that again. That too. Market likes to clean up its messes, right? We do have one down there. Okay. All right. So that's where we are, guys. It's not it's not pretty. It's not pretty. There's that short, that VIX long. All right. Not pretty at all. That's about as obvious as you can get, right? So we'll see if we get this squeeze. I mean, our full's still there. Anything can happen on FOMC day. But we'll see. The VIX will tell us everything we need to know, right? It does have this pullback to make. So could that squeeze us all the way into the full? We'll see. We're probably going to run out of time, right? Meaning it's going to, we'll see. I mean, we've got till 2 o'clock, right, to see if we get this pullback, right? And if we do bounce here, you're going to see the same people just get raked over the coals, as always happens. The VIX is going to fall. Everybody's going to see the big green candles, get all excited, get up here, maybe fill the gap, and then just get clobbered if the VIX holds that long. So don't be fuel, right? Don't be fuel. Okay? So there's the ES, right? Here's the net. Come on. There we go. Here's the NASDAQ making that next pullback. Now, the difference in the NASDAQ is this pullback from lows, Friday's lows to highs. Okay, that hit its target. See it? The ES has not hit this. Okay, right at our profit target. There's the profit taking. So the NASDAQ is stronger, right? NASDAQ's a little bit stronger, so we're coming back down to support. But there's the short. Okay, so from those highs, January 28th to this low, February 5th, traded into it once, traded into it twice. Call this traded into it if you want. Target's down here, never hit the target. Just leave it right there. You can see how much work these indices have to do to break trend. All right. So we'll see. This is getting rangy Rangerton in here, man. Look at that. Be very careful in the middle of this. Right? Very careful in the middle of that. These are very, for certain strategies, these are very difficult market environments. Okay. So just be safe. All right. Half size or not at all today, obviously, with FOMC. But here's the YM and the Russells. Now think bank with the YM and the Russells, right? They're the most sensitive to banks' movements. And the YM is massively weak. There's that pullback that all the other indices have made, right? Look at the poor YM, right? It just cannot get going without the financials. All right. So we've broken the long from lows, right? And here's that short. All right. So we'll watch, obviously watch bank. Bank makes a little pop into a pullback, bang. Same thing on the VIX. All right. So weak, weak, weak. Now, with all the doom and gloom, anybody that's been around for a while, if these things start to happen, you should be licking your chops, right? Absolutely licking your chops, because we know what needs to happen for a trend change, right? And when that trend change comes around on the VIX, you're going to be sitting at incredible opportunities. All right. You don't have to pick the bottom. That's why everybody says, you know, on these downtrends, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. Well, it keeps dipping, right? Ever had that one? Buy the dip. It dipped again, buy the dip, dipped again, buy the dip, right? Keeps dipping. Well, we know based on the VIX when the trend is going to change. So if we do make a big pullback, awesome. Like, let's go. Let's get it done, right? Because we know what to look for, right? We can ride that all the way down until we get that turn, okay? So don't think doom and gloom, right? Think, wow, opportunity, right? So here's the Russells. There's that pullback, right? From high. What the hell? That was a snap, wasn't it? Get over there. There's that from highs, January 22nd to lows, bang, right there. All the other indices, right? YM never made it. Okay. Bit of a squeeze back up in here. Are there long from lows? No, they broke. All right. So what in the, there we go. So just choppy chopperton. We're going to a wedge here. Not surprising. FOMC, right? Lower highs, higher lows. Just going to get tighter and tighter and tighter in here. Okay. The VIX does hold that long, right? There's your short. Okay. Remember, these draws on the indices are just a guide, right? Let your leading indicators, VIX and bank, tell you what to do. Okay. So there we go. That's what that looks like. That's inverse of the VIX right there. All right. So there we go. There we go. All right. Okay. So any question, VIX, bank, indices? Anybody? Whoops. There we go. Anybody? All right, like I said, the doom and gloom that you're going to hear if we do break trend, right, on the indices and the VIX continues in these longs, there's a lot of opportunity, guys. A lot. Fortunes to be made. Right? Okay. Everybody good? Tamika, you good? You're being kind of quiet. Is Edward not on? Where's Edward? Edward sent me this really uncomfortable cow picture earlier. Probably getting me back for... Well done, Tyler, by the way, clipping the slow and weird yesterday. Did you guys see the slow and weird yesterday? Clip, I don't know if you guys follow Stock. If you don't follow Stock Dads TV on Instagram, you should. Tyler puts out some funny stuff. All right. Tamika barely alive. Don't worry, sweetheart. Better weather's coming. I know it's doom and gloom here too. You got like one more day of this, then you got 60s coming your way. All right. I'm getting hammered this month. Yeah, this has not been easy. For those of you that don't follow, and I don't want to get chesty, but for those of you that don't follow my options channel, might start thinking about it. Okay? Right? Might start thinking about it. We're just having incredible months, right? Over and over and over. So there's lots of different ways to make money in the markets, guys. Keep that in mind. Lots of different ways to take advantage of things. Okay? So all the stuff that we talk about here is more of your intraday, more of your swing. There's all sorts of different opportunities, right? My intraday is really dried up. Other than the half gap fill, my intraday, I mean, granted, I've got a lot of stuff going on during the day, but I'm looking at, like I had that crude oil trade yesterday that worked out. But intraday, it's tough, guys. Like this is when we're in a negative environment like this, it's tough, right? Less technical, right? So if you want to swear at somebody, swear at the VIX, right? Keeps holding those longs, and that's a pain in the butt. All right. Okay, everybody good? All right, moving on. Bitcoin has traded its pullback. All right. There it is. Okay, this was the next pullback. Remember, we broke an extension short. I'll show you this on spot, but we have now traded that next measured move. Okay, remember this larger one we have, right? Thank you, Tamika. It's not listening to me, so maybe the more people yell at it, it'll turn around. All right, from February 5th to our highs on March 4th, right there, right? There's our target. We haven't hit our target, so we're going to need this worker bee move, smaller one inside of the bigger one, to get us there. Okay, and we've traded it. So we'll see. Obviously, big reaction right there. All right. Obviously, it slammed on the brakes. Okay. So we'll see. There's not a whole lot to go off of here. There's this little pullback from highs and then straight down, right? So there is this extension we can watch, right? Poke its head up and then give us a pullback. If you're waiting for a trend break, that would be it as of right now. Okay. This, when we go straight down like this, doesn't give us much, but we are at support. Absolutely we are. And we're defending it as of right now. Okay. All right. So let's move on to spot here. One second. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay, spot. So here's spot. Same, right? So let's zoom out, take a look. Okay, here's where we are. All right, this is our targets, 35 or 33.5 or September, October of this year. Okay. Now remember what's going on, right? We had our first pullback off those October 6 highs. Bang, went into extensions. these extensions broke, finally broke. Now we're making pullbacks up into that next resistance level. Okay. So when we zoom in, looks the same as the futures markets. Right? Here's those pullbacks. This line is the 38.2% line of that short. That's why I've got it drawn up there. Okay. But there we go. All right. Same. Targets are up at 77,392. More than likely, if we get to those targets, we're going to go into extensions. But we'll see when we get there. Okay. But there's your pullback. If that breaks, we're falling all the way back down to that support level. All right. This would break, falling back down to support. If that breaks, we're a whole different conversation, right? Because that's an insane front run of a resistance level. Okay. So there we go. All right. So what stocks do you guys want to see? Stocks. What do you want to see going into FOMC? Anybody? Oh, Chad, you said took half of the half and got out. Not bad, man. Not bad. Take it, right? Take it to the bank. Thank you very much. See ya. Peace out. I'm done. Anybody? Stocks? Stocks. I really wish on YouTube I could see who all's on because I can't see that. All right. Everybody good? Okay. No stocks today. Everybody just kind of chilling, right? Waiting for FOMC. That's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it. All right. So let's get to our other fun stuff here. Okay. So crude oil. Now, this is becoming more and more important to our broad markets. Why? Well, funny you should ask, I'll tell you. Because energy costs, right? So energy costs rising, right? It's going to make everything more expensive, right? Planes, train, anything involving planes, trains, and automobiles, right? It's going to get more expensive. So as crude oil's been rising, the Fed fund futures have been pushing out that rate cut further and further and further. Like I said, it's already out in December now of this year. So if crude oil continues to rise, not good for the broad markets. Usually there's not necessarily a correlation because crude oil kind of behaves. But obviously we're with everything geopolitical going on, lots going on with crude oil. So what is price telling us? Well, we're starting to get a little stuck, which isn't bad. At least it's not ripping up to $119 a barrel. Okay, so there's this long. This is from, let me just show you. Okay, from COVID lows, right, to highs. COVID lows to highs, still in that long. Okay, that long has a target at $159 a barrel. We've been saying that for 4 or 5 years now. $159 a barrel up there. Okay, that never broke. All right, so we did have this pullback from lows that pierced. Okay. Now, don't want to put an insane amount of faith into that. Okay, just because of everything that's going on. But after we broke, okay, guess what we did? We held the short and it hasn't broken. Right? See it? And we're right back there right now. But guess what? Long from lows, holding. Okay? Right there. So that's where we're pinned. Okay? Now, this little intraday trend this is where I'll show you where I got in and out yesterday. Coming out of these highs, right? Had this pullback. All right, right there. And then inside of that, right here, We traded resistance, and then we broke the opposing move. Right there, we broke the opposing move. Get this. No, right there. Okay. And then we had our next pullback right here. This is what I traded yesterday. All right, and I targeted these a little bit of, I think I got in like right about here. It was late at night. I was like, I'm just getting out. I'm not going to deal with it. And we got down to those targets, right? We never got to this larger target. Okay, and then we broke the next move. So right back up to highs. Okay, if you know anything about crude oil, loves to do this. Right, there's your dip into lows, rally. Here's our dip into highs. Okay, so are we gonna go into a range? Awesome. Let's go into a range. Let's stay there forever. Okay, crude oil ranges are very technical. All right, so dip into low, rally, dip into high. We'll see if we get the sell off back down to the bottom of the range. Okay, but if we get FOMC coming out and crude oil starts to take off, or whatever geopolitical, and crude oil takes off again, the indices are going to respond. And they're not responding to crude oil, they're responding to crude oil's effect on the Fed fund futures, right? And the further that rate cut gets pushed back, the more bearish the indices will get. Okay. All right, so there we go. There's crude oil. Hopefully it just stays in this thing, man. We were in a range for almost a year one time. This was about 3 years ago. You guys were with me. And it was just awesome, right? It was just, we just wait for dip into low, close back above, run back to the top, dip into high, close back down below, all the way back to the bottom. So we'll see. Be careful in the middle of this. We can trade the top of the range. We can trade the bottom of the range. We want to stay out of the middle right now. Dangerous rattlesnakes hanging out in here. You just can't see them. Okay. All right. Now gold and silver. So gold, that's not gold. Gold has made its pullback. Okay. This is the pullback that we're watching on gold. Let me get rid of this stuff so we can see right where we are. Okay. Here's our extension long from April 22nd to highs. Bang, right there. Traded support, broke the short right there. Okay. So this is our long setup. And we're inside of it right now. Okay, we're inside of it right now. So we want to see a trend break, right? So let me get rid of this. Coming out of these highs, right? Here were our short setups. Bang, 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 bang. We've gone through that target. Okay. Finally got down to that target and we've gone through it. So now we're going to watch, and thankfully it went through the target. Now we're going to watch this extension short. Because if that breaks, there's a much larger pullback coming. Okay. So what we'll watch for on gold, if we get up here and we break, we're going to see if this first, remember, there's two ways the market changes trend. One is we'll break the short and then hold the first pullback and lift off. The other one is a double top or double bottom. So we'll see if we come up here, break, make a pullback, double bottom, and lift off. And the third thing is if we get up here and it holds. If it holds and we get down to target, that's going to break that much larger long, and there is going to be some big discounts coming on precious metals. Okay. This is just insanely manipulated right now, right? The precious metal, it's becomes comical after a while. All right. So there's gold. That's all I'm watching for is a break of these 49, 40, 90s, poke our head up, and then see if we can get a pullback out of support, breaking a short. All right. Because this has targets up here at 61.26. Okay. Long way. Well, that's our ultimate targets. This long has targets up at 56.74. So a lot of room here, guys, right? A lot of room to the upside. Okay, so silver. Now silver's making this pullback. All right, it's a little bit different than gold. Okay, silver's long. Here, I'll show you. It's just basically forever low to forever high. Okay. This was all of that manipulation on that Friday where they turned off the circuit breakers, right? And it tanked. So we're drawing from March 23rd of 2020 okay, to our highs. That's our pullback. All right, now this pullback has not broken the short. Okay, right here, there's this short from highs. All right, from our highs down to February 2nd, pullback, no target, traded again. So we haven't broken that. Gold broke this, silver did not. So silver now is falling back down into this support level. Okay, and here's the trend. All right, coming off of our highs. Right, here was this pullback. Now this is the one that poked its head through and then didn't hold the long. I got stopped out on this one. I know a lot of other people did too. Okay, then this long, after we poked our head up, this long from lows, messed around for a while and then broke. Stopped me out on that one. Okay, so there's that target down at 73.48. Coming out of that high, pull back right there. Starting to go down in a series. Pull back right there. All right. Pull back right there. Target that, broke. Same anchor, new low. There we go. All right, so we're drawing, you could draw from the highs if you wanted to, right? Let's do that. Let's draw from our highs. Okay, inside of that, see now we got two targets below us. Inside of that, here's your series. Remember, all we're looking for is a break on gold and silver. If gold breaks, silver is going to follow, right? Pullback number one, pullback number two, and it looks like this extension has potentially broken. Yep, that extension broke. So that's what silver looks like right there. All right, so it does have a pullback to make. Now, if we make a new low, then we can reactivate that anchor. But that's what silver looks like, okay? So we'll have to see, obviously keep an eye on gold, right? If gold breaks that extension short, then that could lift silver off as well. We're just going down in this series right now. All right, plenty of targets. Look, we got three targets now lined up. Three targets lined up below us. All right, so there's gold and silver. Now let's get on to the dollar, because today is going to dramatically affect the dollar as well. All right, so here's DXY, not the dollar, just a bunch of different currencies put together. There's these shorts off of highs. So we're in dollar weakness trades. We're absolutely in dollar weakness trades. Okay, coming off of our highs, we had number one, right there, target. Here's number two, right there, and that's defending as of right now. So if this continues down, right, dollar weakness, that will help the indices and the precious metals. But see all this dollar strength this morning? Not awesome. All right, now let's get the actual currencies. Okay, so here's the dollar yen. Remember what happened this morning? The dollar yen traded its long. Okay, it held again. We broke the short from highs, so we do have this pullback right here. Okay, so we are in dollar strength trades again. All right, we had a little bit of a reprieve, but now we're back in dollar strength trades. So there is this pullback it can make, right? But as long as the dollar yen keeps going up, dollar strength most of the time. Okay, so and that's a headwind against the indices and the precious metals. Now look at the euro. That extension short on the euro, the one that we used before, was drawn from February 5th, right? Traded it here. Get up there. Traded here, targets, broke that little new extension right there. Number two, right? And we have now traded into the 38.2% line of this next extension short, right? Remember we had these longs off of lows leading us into the extension, right? Number one, this is a gorgeous trade right here, right? Bang, target, pullback, right? So could we hold this? Yes, we could. And this is a battle over the trend, all right? Because we are in these 38.2% lines of this short setup. So if we hold, great. And lift off, we can trade all the way into that 50. Okay, but if this breaks, we'll look for pullback short. That would confirm our resistance. We'll look for pullback shorts that we can sell into to lead us down to larger targets. Okay, So we'll see what FOMC does. We haven't quite gotten down here yet. All right, but see how we ran right into that 38.2, which was also a profit target. So battle over the trend right here. All right, battle over the trend. Okay, this falling dollar strength, if we do lift off, dollar weakness. We'd love to see dollar weakness, but we don't always get everything we want, right, Tamika? Love to get dollar weakness, VIX weakness, bank strength, but we don't have it. Okay, so going into FOMC, the VIX does have a pullback to make, but that doesn't mean anything with the volatility that's coming, right? So right now it's sideways to higher on the indices, sideways to lower, or sideways to higher on the VIX, sideways to lower on the indices, right? Keep an eye on bank, sideways to lower on bank, right? Not a whole lot going on, right? It's not surprising. Don't expect a whole bunch of movement here. All right, and then we'll see what happens with the dollar, right? So we got the VIX and longs, bank and shorts. Dollar appears to be back in longs. So that's the big three, right? VIX strength, bank weakness, dollar strength, bearish, bearish, bearish. Unless we get a catalyst from FOMC that's going to change things. Okay? All right. And remember, don't think doom and gloom, think opportunity. Right? All right. Okay, any questions, guys? Any questions? Right, just be safe this afternoon. No reason to get clobbered. Right, no reason to get clobbered trying to do something wonky during FOMC. There's only 8 of these a year. Right? Okay, all right, thanks everybody. You guys are the best. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks everyone. Talk to you later.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, guys, that's where we're going to wrap it for today. Make sure you guys stay safe this afternoon with FOMC. We'll be back tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. As always, thank you guys all for tuning in. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a safe afternoon, safe evening. Peace out, everybody. Love you all.